Hello, welcome back to another project. I have created this website, this blog application around a year ago using MERN technology. It has gained more than 3,000 users and it got received more than 600 comments. I've been receiving a lot of requests from you guys to create this project with Next.js instead of React, which I believe it makes sense because for having a blog application, you need to have a strong SEO, which can be achieved using Next.js. This project has all the features you need, such as dark mode functionality. We have a dashboard here, which we can also have the profile. We can update the profile image, update the email, password, delete the account, and etc. Also, we can see the comments on the website. We can see all the users. We can control all the posts of the website. If you're an admin, you can add a new post. You can update a post. For example, here we have a post here. We can edit it. And also, as you can see, we have a text editor, which allows us to easily edit our post and add the things we need for creating a post. So for any website, for any blog post, any page, as you can see, we have a title, we have the image, we have the text showing very clean, both for the light mode and the dark mode. So users can also leave a comment, and also we can see the recent articles here at the end of that particular post. And also we have a very beautiful footer here. Everything is completely responsive and it's created for both mobile and desktop. As you can see here, this is the mobile version of the website. As you can see, all the comments, everything you can see in the mobile version. The header is completely responsive. We have the menu here, and also we can have a search in our application. So it has all the full feature search as well. For example, I can search for Tailwind and we get the result related to that search term. We can filter out our search based on the, we can sort them out, like we create the latest, oldest, we can change the category here and also change our search term. I believe this is a complete website. It has all the features. So it was created initially using MERN technology, but now we're going to create it using Next.js. For styling, we're going to use Tailwind CSS plus Flowbyte. And for authentication, we're going to use Clerk. And I'm going to show you how to use Clerk to add admin security level inside the front end and also the back end, which is very advanced, and I never saw anyone doing it on the internet. In the next section, we're going to start installing Next.js, Tailwind CSS, Flowbyte, and we're going to create our first template. Before we dive into installation, I want to introduce a learning tool that's been helping me explore AI and Python programming, Brilliant, the sponsor of this video. Brilliant is an interactive platform with hands-on lessons in math, data analysis, programming, and AI. It's designed to build your critical thinking skills through problem solving, not memorization. Brilliant offers a range of programming courses to help you build a solid foundation and learn practical skills. With their easy-to-use drag-and-drop editor, you can start working with Python and creating programs from day one. You'll cover key coding concepts like loops, variables, nesting, and conditionals. And you can develop a mindset to tackle programs like a programmer. If you'd like to check it out, visit brilliant.org/Sahand or scan the QR code on the screen for a 30-day free trial. Plus, by using the link in the video description, you get a 20% discount on Brilliant annual premium subscription. Thank you to Brilliant for sponsoring this video. Now let's move on installing Next.js and Tailwind CSS and setting up the first template of our project. Alright, welcome back. In this section, we're going to install Next.js, Tailwind CSS, and we create our first template. I have put the final version here. You can have access to it, blog.100jsprojects.com. And also, I have created this eraser diagram that shows how the folder and everything else is structured inside the project, like which folder we have and how we create the API, pages, components, and etc. I have also put this link for you, share it with you so you can have access to this diagram as well, so you can create your projects very easily. So for the starting part, we need to create our application using this utility, which we can find inside the Next.js website. If you go to nextjs.org and click on Get Started and we go to installation, you can see we have this automatic installation utility. You can just copy that and use it inside our Visual Studio Code. Before doing that, we need to create a folder and open it with the Visual Studio Code. So I want to create it inside this folder in my desktop. Let me create a folder. I just call it Next blog, and then I can open it with my Visual Studio Code. Okay, and then we can open the terminal by just going to View Terminal or use Ctrl Backtick, and here we can paste the code. We paste the code, and also I want to add a dot at the end so we don't create a new folder. We just use the same folder that we have created. So this is going to install our application. You can just say yes to proceed. I don't want TypeScript, so I say no. S-links we can use. Tailwind CSS, yes. And we want to use the src folder and app router. Would you like to use Turbo Pack? I just say no. And then alias, I just use the default one. So I just say no. So this is going to install Next.js for us. And also we need some dependencies like React, React DOM, Next, some dev dependencies for Tailwind CSS like Post CSS, Tailwind CSS, and etc. All right, so it is almost finished. So let's see. All right, the installation is completed. It's successful. And we have all the default folders and files. I'm going to explain them soon. So in order to see the application, we can just run npm run dev. And this is going to create it inside an application. As you can see, the version is Next.js 15, and then we can just open it here. And as you can see, this is our application. So now what we want to do is to delete this application. We can just edit it by editing this file, src app page.js. So let me bring this one to the right side and this one to the left side. So we can go to src app and we go to page.js. I just want to delete everything and just replace it with the React functional component. We just call it homepage, and we can just you can just use page.js or you can just use page.jsx. That's the same thing, because you can get some suggestion for the HTML if you use the JSX. And we have already installed Tailwind CSS. We can test that. We can just say we add a class name. We just change the text color to be red 500, for example. We get it like that. So Tailwind CSS is working. And also, let me show you which extensions I'm using. So for this suggestion for the colors, I'm using Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. And also we have some, this is a code prettier. When you save the file, it's gonna just format your code. And also I have multiple cursor preserve. This is for the RFC. You saw that I just write down RFC for React functional component. You need to install this extension. Auto rename tag is going to change the both sides. If I change this one to, for example, to h1 tag, the closing tag is going to be h1 as well. And also I have GitHub Copilot, which is not free, but I'm using it to get some coding suggestions. So, and also what else we want to do is to add this code to our GitHub repository, so later we can deploy our application easily. And also I want to share that GitHub repository with you so you can have access to the code of the application. So let's go to github.com and make sure you're logged in, and you just click here on create new repository. I just put the name for it. For example, Next-blog. Description is going to be a blog with admin dashboard using Next.js and Tailwind CSS, and also Clerk. So you can keep it private if you don't want other people see your code, but I want to keep it public. So I'm going to create this. So the URL is going to be this, and also I'm going to share it with you later. So in order to connect it to our code, we need to paste these 3 lines of code in our Visual Studio Code. Oh, I've closed it. That was this one. Okay, we need to paste it here. So I'm going to open a new terminal. And also I want to commit these changes I did. So we can just first add the changes here, and then I create a message. The message is going to be, for example, install Next.js and Tailwind CSS and create the first template. You can commit this, and also we can paste that 3 lines of code that we have copied, and this is going to upload these files inside here. And when we refresh this one, we should see our code here. So all the codes are here, and also we see 2 commits. This is automatically created by Next.js, and this is created by us. So each time I'm gonna commit a new one, and also you can just see the changes by clicking on that. So you can see the changes here inside the. So if you need to copy some codes, you can just come here and copy it. And also I wanna add this URL here, so you can check the final version if you want to. Now here, topics and Next.js. Okay, Clerk, save. Okay, that's it for the installation. In the next section, we're going to create the header of our application. So we're going to create this beautiful header. So see you in the next section. All right, welcome back. In this section, we're going to create the header of our project. This header is in all pages. So when we change the pages, the header is going to be the same. So we got to put it in the layout of our project. If you look at the eraser, we should see that now we have created this folder, and the application is created inside this folder. We have a public folder, which includes the public files, which can be some images that the users can have access to. Also we have some config and JSON files, and then we have src folders. Inside the src folder, we have another folder called app, and all the pages goes here. Inside this app folder, we have a file called layout.js, or it can be layout.jsx, which is the layout for all these pages we have here. So you can see now we have post, search, sign in, sign up, about, projects, dashboard. All of them, they have this layout inside them. So we have to put that header inside this layout, which can be applied for all the pages. And also we want to create a folder called components, and we want to create our header file here, which is header.jsx. So let's create this. As I mentioned, inside the src you have app folder. Then inside the app we have this layout.js file. So we need to add that component we want to have to everywhere to this layout. So let's create the component first. So here we're going to create a folder called components. And inside this folder, we're going to have a file called header.jsx. This one should be a file. So let me change this. Okay, so here we can use RFC to create a React functional component, and we can add this header inside the layout.js to be applied in all pages. I want to show you. So here inside the body and before the children, we're going to have that header. So header goes here. Now, if we look at our application, we can see now we have this home. And now we have the header on the top. So any other pages, if we have, we're going to have this header on the top. I don't want to spend much time explaining the styling, but for the styling, totally we want to use a package called Flowbyte, which is a package which is using Tailwind CSS to apply the styles. If you search here, Flowbyte React, if you go to flowbyte-react.com, as you can see, this one has a lot of templates for your website we can use. It's very easy to use. I want to show you. So it's basically it's a React UI components, and it's using Tailwind CSS. So it's very compatible for our finish, and it's automatically apply the dark mode and light mode to our application. It's very nice and beautiful. So let's click on get started here. We need to install this package, Flowbyte-react. Let me install that. I'm going to paste this. And then we need to add it to our tailwind.config.js. We need to add this plugin. So you need to go to tailwind.config.js and import this. Let me get this file. This is using require, but we can use import instead. So we go inside our tailwind.config.js. We're going to import it at the top. Just say import Flowbyte from Flowbyte-react/tailwind. Okay. So now we have it here. We need to add it, initialize it here. We just say Flowbyte dot content, and we need to call this function. And the other place we want to add it is inside the plugins. Here, we just say Flowbyte.plugin, and we're gonna call it. Okay, that's it. And now we can use it in our application. For example, inside the header, I want to add, for example, a button. You just say import button. This is just an example, and then later I'm gonna just show it. So import button from Flowbyte-react. Okay, and then here For example, I want to add that button. We just say button. Let me. So as a default, let's see what we get. We said the canonical of this import. Let me see that import is already successful or not. npm install. Oh, we couldn't install it. Let's npm install flowbyte dash react. Let's try again. Let's install one of its versions. Like we just say add. Let's install this version 0 10 0 2. All right, I'll find the problem here. That follow byte, as you can see inside the dependency, I now have installed it. It had some conflict with the new version of React. So I need to add this code at the end. We just say npm install follow byte dash react, and then we just add this legacy peer steps at the end, and this is going to solve that problem. So now we have follow byte installed. If you look at our website, you can see that we have some button here. So as you can see, it already have the color, everything, so we don't need to style it. And also we can easily change its style by just adding I'll show you some tricks for that. For example, here inside the button, I just say gradient to do tone. We just say purple to blue, for example. And when you say that, you can see now we got that beautiful hover effect. And also if you add the outline, you can see it becomes like this. So this is the way you use follow byte, and anything you want to see, like I figure out by just searching here. If you search for component, for example, button, you can see that there are a lot of buttons here and the code is here. For example, if you want to have this warning, you just use button and then color would be warning. And if you want to make it the rounded, you just add pale at here. If you want color, so it's very simple. You just, whatever you like here, you just grab the code here and use it in your application. So this one, the one I use, gradient paper to blue. So you can have different sizes, and you can have even icon at the beginning of the button. So there are a lot of possibilities here. So I'm not going to explain each code. I'm writing about the styling. It's very simple. You can just, based on your interest, you can search it and find it. So basically, I'm gonna most of the styling, I want to just paste it here and explain the code a little bit if I need. And if something is hard, I'm gonna explain. If something is very simple, I'm gonna just pass so we can quickly finish the project. So let me grab the code and bring it here. Okay, now I'll paste the code here. You can have this code inside the GitHub repository. I'm gonna explain it. So basically, because this one has interaction like clicking on the header, so we need to just add use client, so keep it in the client side. And we have imported some like button, navbar, and text input from Flowbyte. And also we have imported link we want to go from one page to another, we're going to use link. And we want to use some icons from React icons. So this icon, in order to use it, we need to install this package, React icon. So I'm going to paste that here. So we install React icons. It seems like it has the same problem as follow by. Let's add that. So let's add that div dependency at the end, that legacy peers dips to install it. I think the new version of Next.js, the 15, made all this complex, but it's fine. We can fix it by using that. And we want to use another icon, FA Moon. We want to use path name. So we want to get the path name of the website. For example, if we want to know if it is /home, /about, and etc. So, and based on that, we want to have some highlight on the menu. So we can get the path here by using the use path name. Okay, so now we have the nav bar here, which is covering everything. And we have a link, and this is the logo of our website, which is my name and the word blog. So it's just a styling. Let me see that we can see it. Okay, now we have this in our application. You can see the word Sahan has a different color than the blog. So I have just styled it based on that. These are the styling for the word Sahan. And then we have the form with the text input for our search here. And this icon, we get this right icon, AI outline search, which is coming from React icons. And then we have a button. And then we at the right side, we're going to have this icon, moon icon. As you can see, as I said, the path name, because the path name is /, we want to see the home. If the path name is / about, we have to highlight and active the word about. So here we just say / about. You can see the word about is highlighted. And if you do projects is going to be highlighted. So this is for that. And also we have this signing button, which is going to go to the sign in page. And we have styled it with the purple to blue outline, as you can see. All right, that was it for creating the header. I didn't want to spend too much time for that because all is just the buttons and menu. It's very simple. I even got this template from the Flowbyte website. If you go to Flowbyte and search for menu, probably you can find it. Yeah, mega menu or something like that. Yeah, they have these kind of things. You can get the idea. And the codes are here too. You can see. So don't spend time for styling other things. And then we're gonna spend more time explaining the functionality of the website. So let's add everything to the GitHub. Let's close this. Let's add everything, and then we just create a message, which is going to be create the header section. We can commit and push it. So if you want to grab the code, you just come to the GitHub repository here. And here inside the commit section, you can see the create the header section. You can just grab the code. All right, in the next section, we're going to work on the dark mode. We want to add a package called Next.js to apply dark mode. So we can see this dark mode. So see you in the next section. All right, welcome back. In this section, we're going to work on adding the dark mode functionality. So the first thing we need to do is to install a package called Next.js. So let me clear this. npm install Next-Teams. Okay, seems like we still have that problem. So let's add that flag at the end. Okay, paste that. Okay, I think that's a bug for the Next.js 15, but they're gonna fix it soon, or their packages were gonna update themselves to the new version. So now you have that inside the package.json. Now we have this next team. And what we want to do is to, when we click on this icon, we want to make the dark mode, and also we want to change this icon from moon to sun. So we need to make a condition to do it. But before doing that, we need to cover our application with the theme provider. So we go to layout.js, and here we're gonna cover after the body. Inside the body, we're gonna have that theme provider from next theme. We're gonna have that around our application. And also we wanna create another component for the changing the theme. But as this component is client side, we cannot create it inside children. We want to wrap everything and make it client side to keep everything else server side. So Next.js allows us to do that. So we just let's create a component first. So the component is called, for example, theme component.jsx. Let's create it quickly here and add it inside our layout.jsx. So theme component, and we put it here. So inside the theme component, we want to create a use effect React hook. So when the page is loaded, we want to know that the theme is dark or light, and then we want to be sure to apply it to everything. So here, as I said, because we are using use effect, we need to create this one in the client side. So we just add use client at the top, and here we're gonna import use theme from next theme, and also we need to import use effect from React plus use state. So once we have them. Also we want to have the children here to put it inside. And first we make a piece of state for theme. Then we want to be sure that the page is already mounted, because this is a client side. We want to be sure the client side is already loaded, and then we set it to be, we change the theme. So we create another piece of state called mounted, and then we create a use effect React hook here. We just say, when the page is loaded completely, set the mounted to true. Now we want to say if it's not mounted, we just don't return the page. Otherwise, we want to return it here. So here we're going to have our page, which is going to be the children, but we want to apply that theme here in the class name, which can be dark or light. So based on this dark mode, we want to change all the page. And also we want to, so we add the children here first. Okay. And also we want to apply some default, like a default style, like background white. When it's background white, we want to make the text to be gray 700. But when it's in a dark mode, we want to make the text to be gray 200. And also when it's dark mode, we want to make the background color to be an RGB, and we set it to be this number 16, 23, 42. And also we want to set the minimum height of the screen to be minimum height to be in the screen side. Okay, so these are the styles we need. I want to bring this one to here. Okay. So this is the component that we have. Now we want to change this theme from light to dark. Actually, this one shouldn't be theme. Should be like this. That's the correct way to add it. All right, so now we have completed here. Now we want to add a button in our header. We already have the button. We want to make the button in a way that changes the theme. So we go to our header.js x, and here at the top, we want to add that use theme. So first we import that. Also, we want to import another icon for the sun, which is FA sun, like this. And inside the button that is related to the icon, I think it's this one. No, this is search. Here, FA mode. So here we want to create a condition. So we want to change this instead of only say FA moon, we want to create a condition. We just say if it's the theme is equal to light, then show the FA sun. Otherwise, show the FA moon. So I'm going to delete this. Also, we want to add an on-click event listener here. So we want to set the theme to be light. Otherwise, if it's dark, we want to make it a light. So when we click it, we're going to make it the opposite. So let me see why we are getting this warning. Here we have the use theme. This is the, we need to add that state imported here at the top. So when we use the use theme, and then we want to get the theme here. Okay. I think everything is fine now. Let's test the application. So let's refresh the page. Again, see the error here. Hydration error. So this kind of error, we can solve that by adding some, if you check the Next Team website, they're gonna suggest that Next Team is this one. Here's, I remember there was a suggestion. Here. In the HTML, we want to add this attribute. So we go to layout.js. Inside the HTML, we want to add this. Let's see. Okay, the error is gone. And now it's working, as you can see. Let's go to the home page. It's working for the header, but not working for the background, for the page. Let me see. So theme component, I think this one is not working. All right, instead of this RGB, I think it has some, I don't know, not working. So instead of this, I just say gray, for example, 900. Let's test now. Okay, now it's showing. Okay, it's working. I think this color is okay. If it's not okay, I'm gonna look at the final version. Okay, I think that's similar. It's very similar, yeah. Okay, so the icon is working, as you can see. The button is working, and also the background color working as well. All right, that was it for our application, the theme. Let's add this one to the GitHub. So this is going to be add next themes to apply dark mode. So we can commit and push. So in the next section, we're going to install Clerk for authentication, and we're gonna create our sign up and signing pages. So see you in the next section. All right, welcome back. In the last section, we have completed the dark mode functionality. In this section, we're going to install Clerk, and also we want to add the sign in and sign up pages. Let's search for Clerk. You can go to Clerk by just choose the link in the description. And here you can go to clerk.com. You need to sign in. It's totally free to use, and you can just test it, and most of the things are free here. And once you sign in, you can just go to your dashboard, and you can just create a new project here. So I'm gonna create a new project. I'm just gonna call it Next blog. I want to use Google, Facebook, GitHub, and also username. Yeah, that's it. I think that's fine. Google, Gmail. That is our application. Just to create, click on create application. If I need something else, I'm gonna change, add it later. We can use Next.js to install it. So you can just use this to install it. We go to our application. Hopefully we don't get an error. So we're gonna install it. Okay, seems like we are getting the same error. Yeah, I think it's because of that flow byte, or it's because of the new version of Next.js. But whatever it is, you just add something at the end, which is -- legacy peer depths. Okay, now we have that one installed. We need to add this key in our environmental variable. And if you look at the eraser, this diagram that I have created, you can see that for adding the environmental variable, we need to just put it inside the root directory, the place that is the main folder, in order for it to be working for you. And we want to create we want to add a middleware as well inside the src folder for the Clerk. And also we need to add 2 pages here. One is sign in and one is sign up. And the way we create it is to create an extra folder with the, let me zoom this a little bit, with the bracket .. sign in, and same as for sign up, and then page.js, which is going to be our / sign in and sign up. Okay, let's see. Let's first add our environmental variable. So we go to here in our src folder. We just create this .env .local. Local, not local. Local. And we need to copy these 2 and paste them here. These are your next public Clerk publishable key, and also the key secret key. This is for you, it's different. And also I want to create another file for as an example, so you can see it inside the GitHub repository. So .env, you don't need to create this. This is just an example for you, because the .env .local is not going to be uploaded in the GitHub repository. So I want you to have some sample. So I'm gonna copy these 2 again and paste them here, but I wanna remove them because I don't want other people to see my secret keys. Okay. The next step is to create that middleware. So I'm gonna copy this, create the middleware as I mentioned here inside the src folder. So src. Okay, so .env is not inside the src, it's inside the root directory. I made a mistake here. This one should be outside. Okay, so just drag it out. It's not in src, it's in the root directory. That's why I made it this eraser. That's very helpful for not making a mistake. So create this middleware here. So it's gonna be middleware.js or TS if you're using TypeScript. And that's it. So next step. Next step is just optional. Or it's just an example. You need to add it to the layout. We need to add the Clerk provider in the layout.jsx or JS in our case to cover all our application with the Clerk provider. So we can go to layout.js here, and just at the top here, we're gonna cover everything with the layout.js with the Clerk provider. We just say Clerk provider. We're gonna import that from Clerk/Next.js. Let me close this and bring them and cover everything here. So that's it for adding the Clerk. So the next step is to add it in our header.js. So inside the header, we wanna this button, when we are logged in, we want to see the user image, and if we are logged out, we want to see this sign in button. So it's very simple to do that. So we just go to header.js here, and at the top I want to import those things that we need, which is in our case is sign with the EDIN coming from Clerk Next.js. We need the signed out. Make sure the spelling is correct, and sign in button for showing the profile, and also user button. Sorry, sign in button for signing button. When we click on it, we go to the sign in page, and here we're gonna have user button to show the profile. So, and also we need to install another package from Clerk called Clerk themes, because we want to change the dark mode and the lighten mode for the sign in and sign up as well. So we need to install something. If you search for Clerk themes, I think, yeah, we can have a light mode, we have dark mode, we can have like a purple, we can have a lot of things. What we want to do is to install this Clerk themes and then use it in our application. So here, let me clear this. You want to paste this one and make sure to add that. Yeah, I just use my clipboard to get this legacy. So paste it here. Okay, this is going to install it. And then it's very simple. We just need to import dark or light or whatever we want here. I just want to import it here. Paste it here. We want to have dark and light. So these two we need, and also so that button, let me see. Okay, here we have this FA moon. This is the sign in button. So instead of just saying sign in, we want to use that sign in button. So we just say sign in button. Okay. So what this sign in button does here, let's see the error first. Okay, so this is kind of some error, high duration. I want to fix it in a second. Just we test this sign in. When we click this sign in, it goes to the sign in page. So this one is actually not the one we want. We're gonna fix it later. This is just the temporary URL. But I just want to show you that when we click on sign in, it's going to go to the sign in button. So, and so we want to cover all of them here. We just say if it's sign in, show the user button. And the user button, but if it's so this for sign in. If it's sign out, we want to see that sign in button. So sign out, and then we want to cover this here. And out, and also we don't need this link because we're gonna use that sign in button. We don't need that link. We just delete that link. That's fine. So sign in and sign up. You see. Let's sign in now. Let me choose a Gmail account. For example, this one. Continue. Just add a username. Okay, you came back. Now, instead of seeing the sign in button, I see the user profile. So we can click on it. You see the user. But what we want to see here in the dark mode, I want to see this one, dark mode. In the light mode, I want to see it like this. So what we want to do here, we want to make this one user button with that appearance. We just say appearance. We use this attribute. And then we need to add another bracket. We just say if we want to change the base theme, and we want to say if the theme is light, use the light, otherwise use dark. Or you can do the opposite. So let me see if it's working or not. So now it's dark. When it's light, it's light. Okay. I think that's very simple. So let me log out. Okay, you still have this error. This error is, I think, it's from follow byte. I remember I did something to remove this error. So let's go to layout.js. I think we need to add something here. Yeah, inside the head. So we don't have a head here. Okay. After the HTML, we want to have some head tag. And inside the head tag, we want to add something called theme mode script from Flowbyte. Now let's close this head. Okay. I think this is going to solve that problem. Okay. Let's see. The button cannot be a descendant of a button. Okay. What do you mean? The button. So we have a button here. Where is the another button? Sign in. User button. Where is that error? Sign in. Let me check. So what we can do here is to create this button as a div. We can just say as div. So this going to be a div. This one's going to be a button. So we're going to remove that error. But here we lose our hover effect. And this is one way to do it. There's another way. We don't need to add the sign in button. We just add a link here. We just bring it to the sign in button. We can try that one because this is just going bring us to the sign in page. So we can use that link tag. Okay. And remove that as div. And just here, we just say sign in. I think both of them works. Okay, now we don't have the error. Also, when we click on it, we go to sign in page. But we're gonna define this signing now, so we don't get this error. So in order to create the sign in page, so here we go to sign in and sign up overview. Let me see. Let's go to the home page. We go to Next.js. I think we go down, we can just create the custom sign up and signing pages. Here you can see we need to create, as I mentioned before, you need to create 2 pages here, sign in and sign up. So 2 folders, and inside we're gonna have another folder, page.js. So let's create them. So inside the app directory, I want to create a folder called sign-in, another folder with double bracket, dot dot dot, 3 dots, sign-in, and then at the end we're gonna have page.js or JSX. So signing and page. Let me check. Yeah, that's correct. So first we create this and then we paste this one inside a sign up or signing page. So this is going to be sign in. So we're gonna copy this signing one and paste it here. And what the way that this one works is to add these 2 things inside an environmental variable. So we need to copy them and put them inside the .env file. I'm just want to put it inside example 2. So now I think it's gonna bring us to the sign in page. So let's see, sign in. Okay, let's see. We have some error here. Let's create a React functional component. We call it sign in. Let's see, it's working. Okay, sign in. And you need to import. What is it? Okay, we need to import sign in from Clerk. Let's import sign in and add it here. Sign in, it has already declared. Okay, so it cannot be sign in, this one. So I'm gonna change this one to, for example, sign in page. Okay, it's working now. So what we want to do, I want to bring this one to the center. So how we can do that? It's very simple. You just want to add a class name here. I just want to cover this one with a div. And here we just say flex, item center, and justify center. We add a padding of 3. So inside this div, we're gonna have this sign in. So I want to bring it inside, and also it needs to be in here inside the return. So now it's in the center. So let's log in now. So when we log in, okay, now we have this icon here. As you can see, we can manage our account. As you can see, security, everything, profile. We can change the profile image here. As you can see, it's completely everything is provided by a Clerk. For example, you can upload, they have a storage, everything is provided. You don't need to do anything. You can add more accounts like Facebook, GitHub. You can add more email addresses. You can update your username and you can delete your account. Everything is provided seamlessly. So let's do the same things for the sign up page. So we're going to create another page called sign-up. We just need to have double bracket .. sign-up and then page.jsx. And we're going to paste this and we change this sign in to sign up. Let's see. So now if we log out and we go to signing page, here we have sign up. When we click on it, we go to /sign up and you can see now we can sign up with username, email, password. Everything is provided here. Okay, so that was it for creating adding our Clerk for our authentication. So what we want to do in the next section, we want to, when we sign up a user, we want to send the information into a API route. Because we need that information, we need to actually, I need to remove that semicolon. I think it's here. So we need that information later to save it inside our MongoDB database. So we're going to use a middleware to do it. I'm going to show you how to do it in the next section. So here, let's add this one to the GitHub. This is going to be add authentication using Clerk. So we can just commit and push it. So that was it for our Clerk authentication part. In the next section, we're going to work on adding and sync the data from the Clerk with the middleware, or we can call it webhooks. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have created the Clerk sign-in and sign-up pages and created everything related to our authentication. In this section, we're going to sync the data of the Clerk to, you want to send this data using an API route using a webhook. So if you go to Clerk here, we should go to some place. Let me check. I think integrate Clerk. Yeah, integration in advanced integration, sync Clerk data to your application with webhooks. If you check this documentation, as you can see, any event like updated, created, something like that, it's going to send some information using an endpoint, a URL. So what we want to do is to create our, first we get our webhook secret, and then we want to install a package called sfix. Using that sfix, we're going to create a route inside our API. So this route is going to, for example, there is an example here, for example. So we get the event here. And based on the event data and type, we can send the information. For example, we just say that user is created, user is, for example, here we just say if the event type is created, just console log the user data, user ID, for example. So let's do this part step by step. So we go to our Clerk application. You need to go to configure. We go to I believe it's here, integration. I'm not sure. So let me check. So API scale. I think here, webhooks. So when we go to webhooks, you just wait here a few seconds. This is going to open the, and then here you can create an endpoint. But in order to create an endpoint, if you click on endpoint, you can see you need to add a URL of your website. But we haven't, we have the URL inside the localhost, but it doesn't work. The localhost doesn't work here if you add it. So we need to deploy our application first, and then we can add it here. So I'm going to deploy our application to Versal. So we go to versal.com. We create a new project. So this is our application. Versal is free too, so you need to sign in and then you add your GitHub repository, and based on your GitHub repository you can deploy your application. So here I see the application. Before adding it, we need to, I want to do some fix here, because we get some error if we have apostrophe in our application. You can see Sehan's blog, we use apostrophe, and instead of that we need to use some marks. Let me just get that mark and put it here. Okay, so let me paste this. So instead of that, you just use this sign. So this is going to prevent the error inside Versal, inside our application. So I'm gonna just say fix, fix this, and I commit and push. So now if we go to our Versal, let's see, now it's, as you can see just now, we can import that. And let's create our application. Before adding it, we need to add the environmental variables here. So the environmental variable, we need to go to .env.local. We just copy everything and paste them here. And then we click on deploy. Well, so it seems like we are getting an error here. Yeah, it seems like that error that we fixed before using the -- legacy, it's happening here inside Versal too, because Versal is just using npm install. Let me think that I can fix this one. So it seems like if we use the React version 18.3, the problem will be okay. So I'm gonna change this React here to this version. And let's upload this one again. Change React version to this. So let's try again. Let's come back to our application. And here, this is going to deploy probably automatically. So yeah, it's deploying now. Let's see if it get the same error or not. All right, so the application is ready. Let's go to project now. As you can see, this is the URL that is created for our application. So let's go inside. Let's see yeah, it's working. Let's go to sign-in page. Okay. So what we want to do is to copy this URL. We go back to dashboard in our Clerk and paste it here. So, and then we want to add three things. We want to use the user created, user deleted, and user updated. And then we want to create this. Once we click on create it, we can have access to our secret key. Remember, we had the secret key. So we need to add this inside our environmental variable. That's you look local. Paste it here, and let's paste it inside the example 2. So the webhook secret, it's going to be this one. I'm gonna copy this, paste it inside our environmental variable, and also we need to add this one in our Versal. So we copy this one, we go to Versal. Where is Versal? This is Versal. So we go to setting, domain, no, sorry, environmental variables, paste it here and save. Okay. Next step. Let's go to next step. Next step to install this SFix. So let's see. Install this SFix. Hopefully after changing the React version, I think the new version of React has some problem that we could fix it. And let's see if this one installed successfully or not. SFix overwriting. Oh, let's check. Okay, I think we didn't use npm install, so the package already came back to that previous version. No, it's okay. So we just use npm install here to install the new version. npm install. Let's try again. I think it's okay. It's working now. And SFix is installed. Now we want to add this router. So we want to create this route. So inside the API, we create a webhooks. Let's go to API, app. We don't have API now. So we create a folder called API, and then a folder called web hooks, and then route.js. Webhooks, route.ts or jx, and then we copy this one. We paste it here. I want to remove the TypeScript section. See, I remove it. If you are using TypeScript, just leave it there. I don't need this one too. So now that we have here, we have the event type. Now I want to just put some example. The example, for example, here is this one. User.created. We want to console log, for example, the ID of the user. Just you can paste it here, or we can just console log user is created. anything is okay. We just want to test it. And also for we can just add it for the update and delete as well. Update it. Okay. You can just say user is updated. Okay. So now we just add this one to the GitHub repository so we can deploy it again to the Vercel. So let's add everything, and what we want to say about this one. Let's see why we don't get that. .env.example. Let me check if we are uploading that .env.example. Yeah, we don't have it here. It should be inside the .ignore. So inside the .ignore, I want to remove that example. Not all the .env, just .env.local. I don't want it to be committed. So now we can add the .env.example too, and also the .ignore. So from this commit, you can see the .env.example. So now let's create a commit. For the message, I just want to say this message. Let's just copy this one. Copy this. Copy this and paste it here. And we can commit and push. So now we should be able to test our application. So how we test it? We can just sign in with a new user here. So let's create a new user. Now let's wait until the deployment is completed, and then we do. All right, so it's ready now. So let's come back to our application. Now we sign in with a different user. So I just want to create the user. For example, I just put my name. We just say continue. So now we are logged in. So what we want to do is to check if we get that log. So inside the webhooks, you can see now we get the user created. We have this log. We want to be sure if we are getting this one inside the log in our Vercel. So in the Vercel, we go to logs. Let's refresh this page. So we didn't get any feedback here. We need, because it's going to be a request with /API/webhook. Let's see. So we have API webhooks and then route.js. I think everything is okay. Let's try again. I want to delete these users first and then create them again. So I'm gonna delete this user. Let's delete both of them. We come back here. We go to signing page. Let's create another user. Okay. Okay, let's check again. Let's refresh this page. What is the last request? 24. Yeah. So why we don't have any request to that API route? Let me check. All right. So I find the error. So in this endpoint that we have created, the actually URL, it should be /API/webhooks as we created. I forgot to add this 2 at the end. So now let me just go to users, delete the users again. I've tested a few times and I remember that I forgot to add that. So let's delete them. We go to our application. We just sign in again. Okay. Hopefully this time it works. So we go to our Versal, we refresh the page. Okay, now we can see /API/webhooks. Now, as you can see, we are getting some feedback. Let's go to logs here. As you can see, we are getting this user created log and endpoints. Let's go here. Okay, it was successful, user created. But I don't see that console log here. Let's see again. Ah, okay. The console log is here, user ID, and this is the ID of the user is here. So it's working. All right, so that was it for syncing our application, our Clerk application, and send it to using webhooks. In the next section, we're going to send the information to our MongoDB and store the data of the user inside the MongoDB database, because we need to use information to show it in our dashboard and use it later. So let's add this one to the GitHub. I think we already added, so that's fine. So in the next section, we're going to work on the MongoDB section. So see you in the next section. All right, so in this section, we're going to connect the MongoDB in our application and add the user data that is created using Clerk and send them to the MongoDB. So we're gonna go to MongoDB website. So mongodb.com, you need to sign in. So let me choose my account here. So we need to create our application and get our API URI. So when you come here, you just click here and create a new project. We can just call it Next-blog. And let's click on next. You don't need to do anything here. Just click on create project. So here we can create a cluster. Let's create it. So we can use the free one here. You just click on free, the name. You just leave it cluster 0. I think everything is fine. We just click on create deployment. And then here they give you the username and password for that. And you can create this username and password. And then choose a connection. We can just click on driver. We need to install MongoDB. I'm just gonna copy this code and paste it here. Let me clear this so you can see it better. So we're gonna paste that, and also we need Mongoose to connect with the MongoDB. So Mongoose. So let's go to the next section. I think we just need to click on done, and then once this cluster is created, you can have your URI. So let's wait for this one. All right, so the cluster is created. Let's click on here on connect, go to driver. Now you can get this URI. We can copy this. Let's go to our environmental variable and add it here. This is going to be MongoDB db URI or underline URI, and we paste that code. Here we need to put our password. So I'm gonna get my password. I think you can get it. Let me see. No, not this one. So network database access. Yeah. Here I think you can get your password. Okay. So I just put a password here. For example, I just say Sahand 1 2 3 4 5. Let's copy this and update this user. And then we paste this password here. Let me just put some examples here as well so you can have it. Okay. So this is for the environmental variable. We got our URI. So if you look at the eraser, you can see in order to create the MongoDB, we create a folder called lib or library. Inside that, we're gonna have MongoDB folder and then mongoose.js, which is for connecting to the MongoDB. We need to create that one first. And then we're gonna create our model. First, we create our user model, and then we're gonna have some action for the user. For example, how to create it, update it, or delete the user. So we're gonna use actions which are like functions. So let's first create this folder. Inside the src folder, we're gonna have lib. So we go to src folder, we're gonna create a folder called lib. Then we want to create a folder called MongoDB, and then we're gonna have mongoose.js. MongoDB, mongoose.js. Okay, now we need to connect to our database. So this is kind of function we want to use to connect to our database. So first thing first, we want to import mongoose from mongoose, and then we're gonna create we want to initialize. We want to create a variable called initialize. Initialized. We set it to be false, and then we want to connect. So you just say export const. We create a function called connect, and then we want to use that mongoose method called set, and we want to use the something called strict query. We set that to be true. Then we just say if initialize is true, then return. So don't connect again. So we're gonna save some connection. So if we are already connected, we don't want to connect again. So we just say already connected to MongoDB. So this is the first step. Then we want to connect. If it's not connected, we just use the try and catch statement. And inside a try, we're gonna use the method. Just say await mongoose.connect. We want to use our MongoDB URI to connect. So first we want to create the DB name. We set it to be, for example, next-block, and we want to just set the new. This is kind of which just prevent some error. We just this one set it to be true, and this one true as well. I think that's enough. Then we want to set the initialize to true if this one has happened. And also we want to console log connected to the MongoDB. But if it's not connected, we want to console log the error. We just say console.log error connecting to the DB, and then we're gonna console that. And let's close this function. So that's it for the function. So we want to use this one to connect to the MongoDB each time we want to send some information or we want to do something. The next step, based on this eraser diagram, the next one is we want to create a model. Model is kind of conditions for our application. So here we just create a folder called models and user.model.js. So inside the lib, I create a folder called models, then user.model.js. It can be user.js, doesn't matter, it's just a name. So here we're gonna import Mongoose. After that, we want to create a user schema. The schema is kind of conditions we want to add. We use the mongoose.schema. So first thing first, we want to add the clerk ID. So each user in the clerk has an ID. The type is going to be string. It's going to be required, and also we want to make it unique because it's unique too. So unique true. Okay, that's it for the clerk ID. Then we want to have email, which is going to be the same thing. Type string, unique. Yeah, required, that's fine. Then we have first name, type string required. Then we have last name, username. This is unique as well. Then we have the picture, profile picture, type screen required, and that's it. And then we have isAdmin. IsAdmin is going to be Boolean. Required, no, we don't need to have a required one. And then default is going to be false. And after that, we're going to have something called timestamp true. Timestamp. Stamps true, to which is going to create two extra things like created at and updated at. So we don't need to add them manually, so we can use this one. So we don't need to add this. I think that's enough. Let's see. This is for admin. This is the closed one. So let me check again. So we have this here. Here we don't need this. That's fine. Okay, now we have created the schema, and based on that, we want to create the user. We just say const user. It's going to be mongoose.model.user, or we want to use that schema. So if the model is already there, we don't want to create it. So, and then we want to export that as a default. So now we have the model. Let's check what else we need. And then we want to create some actions. For example, how to create it, update it, and also delete. So these three things we need to add. So based on that, we want to create a folder called actions. Then we have user.js. So inside the lib, we're going to create another folder called actions. Then we have user.js. Okay, so here, let's create it. First, we import the model. Then we want to import connect. So we can connect to our MongoDB, which is coming from mongoose.js. Then we want to export a const, and we want to create and update at the same time. It's just say create or update the user, and we want to get some information here. So what information we want to get is from Clerk is ID, which is the Clerk ID. You want to get the first name, which is first underline name when you get it from Clerk. Last name, we want to get the image URL. Then we have email addresses. So email underline addresses. If you want to know why we just use this one, you can just go to here. If you go to, for example, one of these logs, you can see that the information we get is this, like this, email underline address. For example, some information are here. First name, first underline name, last underline name. So that's why I'm choosing those. So here's some examples. So email addresses, because you can have more than one email in Clerk. And then username. So these are information coming from Clerk. Let's close this. Okay. So we get these informations, and then we're gonna use try and catch. And here, first we want to connect to the MongoDB. We just say await connect. And then you want to create the user. You just say await. We use the model, and then we just say find one and update. So we want to find one and update, and based on the Clerk ID, we want to do it. So if the user is already there, we have the Clerk ID. But if it's not there, we want to create it. So I'm going to show you how to do it. So first we check the Clerk ID. If it's there, we want to update the user. So based on that, we just say set, and we just say update, for example, the first name. So this first name is coming from the model, which is here, first name. Then we have the information coming from Clerk, which is first underline name. And then we have last name, profile picture, which is image underline URL. Then we have email, which is email addresses. We want to get the first email, and this is going to be .email underline address. Okay. Make sure to check your spelling. And then we have username. So because both are the same, we don't need to say username equal username. Okay, that's it. Let's close this. And then we want to add something else here. We just say new true. We want to send back the new one and also upsert true. What is upsert true? So if there is no clerk ID, we want to create the application. So if there is nothing to update, we're going to create it. So upsert is going to do that. And then we want to return the user. So if there is an error, we want to console log the error. Error creating or updating the user. So let's close this. So this was for create and update. Let's do the delete as well. So we just export cons delete user. We get the ID, which is the clerk ID, and then we want to use try and catch. So connect to the user to the MongoDB and then find one and delete. We're going to pass the ID, which is the clerk ID, and then we're going to catch the error and console log the error. That's it. So these are the two functions we need. Now inside the webhook, we want to use these two functions to send the data from the clerk. So we go to webhook that we have created here, route.js, and here instead of just console logging, let me delete this one and do it from the beginning. The things I want to do here, first I want to add a question mark here, so in case we don't have an event, we don't get an error here. So this needs to be done, and then here we just say if the event type is equal to user created and also user updated, because we want to do both of them at the same time. We just create a constant. We get the data from this event.data, which is the ID, first name, last name, email, URL, email addresses, username. These are going to be equal to that event we get. This event, we need to add this event.data. Okay. And then once we have this information, we want to use try and catch to send the data using our action. So before doing that, what else we want to do is when we create the application, we want to send back the information to the clerk and add it to the, we want to add the MongoDB ID to the clerk as well. So here, any clerk user, for example, here, let me refresh the page. We have a user here. So that user have a lot of information, but it also has some user metadata. Some of them is public. So we don't have anything by default, but we want to add the information from MongoDB. So keep it here. In this case, we can easily add some functionality in our application using this, because we can test and check the user MongoDB ID easily without requesting from MongoDB over and over. So I want to save that information here. So here I want to say if the event, so even if there is a user, so let me check. Okay, let me first create it and then we try this one. So we're gonna try this, create the user first. We just say user is equal to, we wanna use that function that we have created for MongoDB. I'm gonna show you again. Let me close everything so we can focus more. So here, inside the user.js, in the action, we have created this function, create or update user. So we want to use this function. We want to pass that data that we got, all this data. So we want to add all these data. Okay. And then based on those data, we want to create the user. And also here, we just say if the user is created and also and user, the event type. If the event type is equal to created, we want to add the information to the clerk, inside the metadata. So we just add a try and catch here again. So here we just say await. We just say clerk client dot users dot update user meta data, and then we want to pass that ID of the clerk, and then we want to add it inside the public meta data, and we want to pass these two information. First, we want to add the user MongoDB ID, or we just call it Mongo ID, which is user._ID, and also we want to add that is admin. So two information we want to be using, and here the catch, the error, we set the error. Okay, let's see. Let's close this. Okay. Error updating user metadata, error. And also here we want to console log the error. That's it. And also we want to return some response here, return new response, error occurred, and with the status code. So that's it for this part. Okay. So this is for this part. And also we want to say if the event type is delete, we want to first we get an ID, the clerk ID. We use the try and catch, and then we want to use that method, which is a delete user from this action here. And then this is going to be, we want to pass that ID that we got. And then also we want to use the console log like this. Error deleting the user. Now let's close this. I think that's it. Now we can test our application. So we need to add this one to the Mongo, to the Vercel. But before adding that, we need to add our MongoDB URI to our Vercel. So we go to Vercel here. We go to the setting, environmental variables. We want to add this one here. And now we want to add this. I want to add everything. We just create a message for that. We just say add MongoDB like this and save users from Clerk. We can commit and push. So I think if everything is fine, we're gonna have some successful login and something else. For example, now I'm gonna sign out and then log in. Let's actually before doing anything, let's first wait until the Versal is completed. Let's go to deployment. We wait for this building. All right, so the deployment is completed. Let's test our application. Let's sign in with this user. So I'm going to create a username here. So let's see. Now we should check our MongoDB. Before adding, I forgot to do this one. We need to go to the network access and add the IP, allow access from anywhere, because the IP of the Versal is different from my IP. So it's gonna have some conflict. So before doing anything, we need to complete this one. So while we are waiting for this one, I'm gonna delete all the users so we can have a fresh request. Let's delete this user as well. And then we're gonna create a new one. Let's see. Okay, this is active. Let's sign in with a different user. Okay, let's add a username. Now we should go to our MongoDB. We go to cluster. Let's go and browse the collection. So now, okay, let's see. We don't have anything. So let's check if we are getting any error here. So no error here inside this console. Let's try again inside our URL here. Let's sign in here. Let's go and sign in with this user. Let's continue. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's try again. Let's refresh the page. Okay, let me check if we are getting some errors. So let's check the console log inside the server. Seems like we are getting some bad requests here. Let's refresh the page here. Okay, now I saw the error here. So error creating the user. What is the error? Create or update user is not defined. Okay, no problem. Easy to fix. So we go to route.js. You want to use this function, create a user, we need to import it. And also this one, delete user, we need to import it as well. Okay. You see if that is the only error. Okay, now we can just say fix the error. Or not importing the functions. Okay, let's commit and push. Yeah, we can test it here. It's fine. We don't need to wait until the deployment. So let me sign out and log in with this user, for example. Let's check our cluster, refresh the page. Okay, still not getting the user. Okay, because the API route is actually updated, we need to wait until the final version is deployed. Otherwise, it doesn't work. Okay, the deployment is completed. Let's try again. Let's log out and log in again. Probably we need to create the user first. So let me delete all the users and then we try. It's a bit tricky, this part, but it's not that difficult, but just a lot of steps you need to do. Otherwise, you're not getting the result. So let's check the cluster again. Let's refresh the page. Okay, finally we get the user here. Let's see, we get the clerk ID. We have this email. We have the first name is admin is false by default. We have the last name. Yeah, last name is correct. And then profile picture. And then the username. Let's check the user here. And we see that if you get that MongoDB, oh, no, you're not getting it. This public data is not working. Let's see what's the problem here. So here we say if the user and event type is here is yeah, that's fine. I think it's correct. What is wrong with that? So if the user, there is a user, and event type is equal to user.created, then I think we didn't import that click. Yeah, we need to import that. Yeah, that's a problem. Here we need to import that. Import clerk client from this one. From at clerk / Next.js / server. Okay. Let's add this one to the GitHub again. Fix import from clerk. Let's commit and push it. So let's again wait for the deployment. All right, so it's ready. Let's try again. Let's sign in with a different user. I want to be sure that everything is working fine. So here, let's add a username. Okay. So the MongoDB was working. Let's try that here. So we have this user. Again, we didn't get any metadata. Why? So what's the problem here? Let's check this log if we can see any error here. Okay, error creating or updating user. What is the problem? Plan execute error during or caused by duplicated key error collection next dash log that users index email. Oh, I think this email is created before. Because it's unique, we gotta get some error here. I don't see any problem here. So let's delete them and then try again. So inside the clerk, I want to delete these users. Let's refresh here so we see the new things. So this is for, yeah, okay. So let's log in again. Okay. So here we refresh this page. Okay, we have this user inside the clerk. We have this user. We don't have the public metadata. Here, let's refresh the page and see the error again. Error updating user metadata. We still it's an error here. Cannot read the properly undefined update user metadata. Okay. Let's see. I think we did some typo here. Let's see. Let's go. Update user metadata. Users. Clerk client is fine. Users. So it's correct. Update user metadata. Why is that? Public metadata. Alright, so I have checked everything. It seems like the new version of Clerk has some bugs in it and it doesn't work for that reason. I just downgraded the version of Clerk. So here I changed the Clerk version to 5.7.5. I'm gonna contact with the Clerk and share this issue with them. Probably they're gonna fix it in the future version, but you just change your Clerk to this version and then install it again. So this is going to be okay. So now if we, for example, sign in with a user, for example, this one, and so this is going to be added inside the database first. So this one is the ID of the user, 143 at the end of the MongoDB ID. And let's go to the Clerk, check the users. We check this user. And if you check the public metadata, you can see that MongoDB ID is 143 at the end. And also the isAdmin is false. So everything is working fine. So we both successfully added to the MongoDB and also updated our Clerk. So now we can use this information to work in our application and create our admin dashboard and use this isAdmin and etc. So that was it for adding the MongoDB. In the next section, we're going to create the post page. So we want to create a new post using we're gonna create the UI of the application, and then we're gonna add the authentication, so only the admin can create a new post and etc. So I'm gonna show you how to do it in the next section. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed the MongoDB installation and connected that to the Clerk. In this section, we're going to work on creating the create post page, which is an admin level page. So we need to make it private for normal people. Only the admin can see that page. So what we want to do, if you look at the eraser, you can see we want to create a page called dashboard. And inside that, we're going to have dashboard, create post. So first we want to create a page inside the dashboard. And so we want to create another page here inside the create post folder, which is going to be /dashboard /create post. So let's do that. So let's go to app folder. We're going to create a folder called dashboard. And then we want to create a file. So this is going to be our dashboard page. Dashboard page. And inside this dashboard, we're going to have another folder called create post. And then we have page.jsx. This is going to be create post page. Okay, let's see what we get here. So now, if we check our application, we can go to /dashboard /create post. So you can see the create post page here. But we want to make this page private for the normal users. Only the admin can see that page. So now, based on the information from the clerk, here we have this is admin false or true. So based on that, we can make that page hidden or show it to the user. So what we want to do inside the middleware.js, this file, we want to add some pages only for admin. First, we want to protect it here, and then we want to make it for admin. So we need to import something else called create route matcher. Then we want to create a constant. All right, so here we just say create a constant called is protected route. And this is going to be equal to that create route matcher. And then we want to pass the dashboard here. So we just say dashboard, whatever is inside dashboard. So we can say dot star. And then we close that. So whatever inside dashboard, we want to make it protected. So here, what we want to do is to create a sync function, which we get the auth and request. So we get these two, and then we just first we get the user ID. We can get it from the auth. Await auth. This is equal. We missed equal. Okay. And then we're gonna have, we just say if there is no user ID and if there is if is protected route is false. So if is protected request, if this one is false, so we want to return auth, and we want to redirect the user. There is a method inside the auth called redirect to sign in. So we're going to redirect the user to the sign in page. So let's close this. I also close that function. So this is a default export. So we need to close that parenthesis. Okay. Okay, we didn't close this parenthesis here. I think it's fine now. Now let's test this one if it's working or not. So we refresh the page, see we still get the error. Okay, we have this page. If we log out, this page is protected. It should be only person who signed in use this page. So now we came back. Okay, some of these errors, we're gonna fix that one because some pages still not completed. We're gonna fix that. So now we are in a home page. If you want to go to dashboard, we're gonna be redirected to the sign-in page. Okay, let's log in again. Here. Okay, now we can see this page. So this is just protected from the like an unauthenticated user, not for the person who is admin or something else. But we want to make this page create posts only for admin. So what we want to do, we want to go here inside this one. First, we want to make it use in the client side because this is not a server-side component. We need to add some interaction here. Then what we want to get is to get the user hook from Clerk Next.js or Clerk Clerk React. It doesn't matter. Both of them are fine. And then here, we want to get three things. Is sign in. We want to get the user, plus we want to get is loaded. All of them are coming from that use user. So we just say if is loaded. If it's not loaded, is loaded, you just return. Yeah. Return null. Remember we were getting some error. So this is going to fix that error. So this is for loading. And then we want to protect the, if it's not someone admin, we want to use it. We just say if sign in and if the user, because we get the user here, and then we want to check the metadata. We just say is admin. If it's admin is true, then we want to see this page. We want to bring this one here. Otherwise, we want to just say you're not an admin or something like that. So we can just return the h1 tag here. We can just say you are not authorized to view this page, something like that. You can just style it a little bit. For example, I want to make the text to be in the center. Let's make the text bigger. We add some margin, and also we set the font to be semi-bold. So let's check. Now, as you can see, we are getting this error. You are not authorized to view this page because this person is not an admin. But let's change this user. So I'm gonna update this inside the clerk. So this clerk is just available for you. So you can only change the admin. Nobody else can change the admin. So that's the perfect things to do. So here we make this one an admin. And also inside the database, we can change it too. Let me refresh this page. I think I need to log in again. Let's refresh this page. Yeah, let me log in. Okay, just choose this one. And what we want to do here, we want to change that user to be an admin. Okay. So is admin is true here. I want to make it it's false. I want to make it true. Okay. Update. Okay. Now only this person with this email is an admin. Okay. So here now let's go to our application. As you can see now, I can see this page as an admin because this person is admin. Let me sign out and sign in with another. Let's see this error. This is just, we can fix this one. Let's first complete it. So we go to we'll sign in with this user. And then we go to that create post. You can see we are not authorized to view this page. So we only have that person as an admin. Okay, so we go to, so now we need to create that page, that create post page. Okay. For the styling, it's very simple actually. I just want to grab the code and put it here and then explain it to you. All right, so let me just paste this code here. So here we just have a title. We just say create a post. Then we have a form with a text input. And we have like a selector here. We can select between the categories. We need to import this one. Just import that. It's all flow byte components. And also we have a file input. We have a button. And then we need to install a package called React Quell for putting the post. So let me install that. For installing that, we need to, there is a new version of that actually, React Quell. Let me search here. React Quell, they call it new. React Quell new. We can use it for Next.js. We can just install it. And then just import it at the top. Okay, so here, let me install it. And the way we need to import it is different because it's for Next.js, and we need React call only works on the client side, and this page is firstly just loaded by server side, so we need to import it in a different way. So here I'm gonna import it like this. So you need to first import dynamic from next dynamic, and then you just say const react quell, and then we need to import it like this, and it should be only client side, not SSR. So SSR false. I also put this link for you so you can check it how to use it, and also we need to import its CSS. Let's see if you're getting any error here. Let's refresh the page. This import I think it's from not the new one. Okay, this one is correct. Let me import it here. Okay, now we can see the page. So as you can see, we have a title, we can choose the category, and also we can choose the file here, and also we can write down something. But as you can see, it's a bit small, and I want to just add some styling to make this one better. We need to add these styles in the CSS. So let's go to this globals.css file here. I'm just want to grab everything and paste the code I have. This is all for styling, the necessary for the styling. You can grab this one in the GitHub repository. It's just some font size and some simple stuff. So as you can see, the font size is a bit bigger and different. This is the upload one. Let's add something for that. Where was it? Here. This button. So inside, I want to just say upload image or upload, yeah, something like that. All right, so that was it for the UI. And also we protected that. So let's add this one to the GitHub. So this is going to be we can just say create div or add the create post page UI and protect it as an admin. So we just commit and push. So in the next section, we're gonna work on the upload image functionality here. So we wanna complete the upload image functionality. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed the UI of the create a post page. In this section, we're going to work on the upload image functionality. So we want to use Firebase for storage. So we're going to search for Firebase. So we can go to firebase.google.com. I want to just sign in with my Gmail account. We go to console. And here we can create a new project. I'm going to call this one Next-blog. I don't want Google Analytics, so we just click on create project. All right, the project is ready. Using a storage from Firebase is free, but I think sometimes they ask you for putting your card detail, but they're not gonna charge you, so don't worry about that. It's free to use it, but if you have more users, probably later they're gonna charge you for usage, but they have a very long free tier. So here we click on web. We just put the name for our application, next-blog. Just register the app. So here we need to install Firebase. I'm just going to copy this code and paste it here in our application. Then we can just copy this one and create a file. If you look at the eraser, we need to create a file called firebase.js inside the src folder. So inside the src folder, I'm going to create a file called firebase.js, and then I'm going to paste the code. We can hide this API key. I'm just going to cut this. And this is going to be process.env dot next public Firebase API key. And then we're going to have it inside our environmental variable. Let me close everything else. So here we just have next public. First, let me paste this, and then I'm going to go back. Let's close this. Firebase, I'm going to copy this and paste it here. And also I want to make an example here. Okay. So this is for installing Firebase. The only things we need to do here is at the end of this one, we need to export that application. So here we just say export cons app. So later we can use this application in our project. So after creating this, we need to create some rules in our application. In our Firebase, so we go to our console and we're going to build storage. So we just click on storage. Here we just say upgrade project. I told you this is okay. You just need to put your billing address, but they're not going to charge you. So this is pay as you go. I'm going to choose this one. And we can just say 25, but they're not going to charge you. Don't worry about that. So everything is fine. Okay. See, it's successfully done, but they're never gonna charge you because you need to have a lot of storage to reach their tier, past their free tier. So we just say get started. We just choose this one, and then I want to go to the production mode and create the rules there. Here we can see our files. Let's go to the rules and change the rules. So here I want to allow read for everyone, but for the write I want to make some other rules. So I want to say if allow write if request dot resource dot size is less than 2 megabytes, which is 2 multiplied by 1024 multiplied by 1024. And also I want to just accept the images. So we just say request.resource.content type dot matches and then I want to just choose the image. So image dot star, and then we're gonna publish that. Okay. So now let's go back to our application. Now we can use the Firebase in our application. So here, if you remember, we have created that create post page. Here we have a file input. So inside the file input, we're gonna have an unchanged event listener, which is going to save the file. But first, we want to have some piece of state here. So we need 4 pieces of state, one for file, which is going to be null at the beginning. I'll need to import user state. Then we want to have image upload progress. So we want to know the progress of the image uploading, and it's null at the beginning. And also we want to keep the error. And also we want to have a form data piece of state to save the data, which is the I'll show you here. So we have this data title, we have this category, this image, and also this one. 4 things we want to save inside this form data. So inside this file input, I want to add an unchanged event listener, which is going to set the file to this file that we are uploading here, e.target.files. And then in this button that is saying upload image, I want to have onClick event listener, which is going to call a function handle upload image. And also we want to disable this button if the image upload progress is working, like for example, it's going from 0 to 100. So we want to disable the button so the person doesn't upload the image 2 times. So let's create this function. I'm just want to put it here. I want to paste it. I want to explain that function. So first thing first, we want to have a try and catch. And then inside the try, we say if there is no file, we want to put some error. We just say, please select an image and return. We're not going to call the function. Otherwise, we want to set the image upload error to null. And then we want to have we want to create a storage using the getStorage method from Firebase. So I need to import this getStorage at the top. So I'm going to import all of them here. So we're going to import get download URL, get storage ref, and upload bytes resumable from Firebase storage. So first we create the storage using the app. We need to import the app. We have created the app here in firebase.js. We need to import it. Okay, we import that. Then we create a file name, which is based on the current date and the name of the file that we are uploading. Then we create a storage reference based on this storage and this file name. Then we want to upload using this upload bytes resumable function. So when it started, it's going to show us the progress, which is this function. So based on the total bytes and the bytes that are uploading, we're going to have a percentage, and then we're going to set the image upload progress to that percentage. If an error happened, we want to set that error in that piece of state. And also if there is no error, we want to get the download URL and put it inside our form data. Otherwise, if there is an error, we want to show it here. The other things I want to do is to show the progress bar. So let's see, this Firebase storage, we are getting an error. So let's see that the Firebase is installed or not. It didn't install. Let me try again. I think I had some internet connection error. I think this time was fine. I've installed it. Look, now we are not getting any error. The things we want to show when we are uploading, I want to see a progress bar showing the percentage. So I want to use a package for creating that. This is the package I want to use. So let me search React circular progress bar. I want to use this package, which is going to show the upload like this. So we need to install it. First, I want to install this. Let's install it here. And then we can use it by importing it at the top. Let's import that. I put it here. Okay. And then we want to show it. Instead of showing this upload image, I want to see that progress bar. So here, we just say if the image progress, we have image load progress bar, then we want to show that circular progress, the value is going to be the same image upload progress and based on the percentage. Otherwise, we want to just see upload image. Also here, I want to see the error. If there is an error, I want to see the error. Let's import this alert. And if there is a form data.image, I want to see that image as well here. So let's try now to upload something. I'm gonna go to my desktop. Let's go to images. Yeah, let's upload this image. Okay. Yeah, the image is uploaded and also you can see it here. So let's check our database. We go to files. You can see the image is uploaded now here inside our storage. All right, so that was it for adding the upload image functionality. So in the next section, we're going to complete this form data. We get this title and everything else, and then we have to create an API for submitting the post inside the MongoDB. So for now, I'm just gonna add this one to the GitHub. So this is going to be complete upload post image functionality. And just commit and push. So see in the next section for completing the post functionality. All right, so in the last section, we have completed the upload functionality, upload image functionality. In this section, we're going to complete our post submit. So we have now the image in our form data. Now we want to add this title, category, and this quell to inside the form data. So let's go to our application now. So we want to one by one add our unchanged event listener and listen to these things like the title and etc. So let's add first the React quell. So we add unchanged event listener, which is going to add the previous form data, whatever inside the form data, keep it, and add the content there as well. Then we have the, what is the next one? The text input. Now first let's make the select one here. So inside the select, we're gonna add the unchanged event listener. We wanna add the category. Then in the text input, we wanna add the title here. And finally, we wanna add an onSubmit event listener here, which is going to call a function called handler submit. So let's add this function here. Well, I'm gonna add it just after that upload. So let me explain this. So we're gonna first prevent the default behavior, which is refreshing the page when we submit any form in React. We're gonna add this one. Then we wanna add a try and catch. First, we wanna create a fetch request to this API route, which we are going to create soon. So we wanna create this API route with the method of post, and we're gonna send some information through the body. We want to send all the form data, and also we want to send the user MongoDB ID, which we can get from the Clerk. We need this ID because we want to add it to that post. So later we want to just fetch the post of the certain user. We know which user it is. And then we're going to convert the data. And if the response is not okay, we want to create an error message here. So we need to create this piece of state at the top. And then if the response is okay, we want to redirect the user to this page, /post/ the slug. So we're going to create a slug for the post as well. So I'm going to show you when we are creating the API route. Finally, if there is an error, we're going to send and show a different error message here. So let's create that piece of state here at the top. So we have this piece of state here. And finally, for getting the user in a different send it, we want to import use router from next/navigation. Then we want to initialize that here. Okay. Let's see if we are getting any error here. So it's fine. So let's console log that form data, and then we can be sure that we have the form data, and then we can start creating we want to create that API routes. So let's first we check the console. So these are not important, just a warning we get in the development section. Okay, for example, I want to add some title. It's a new post. As you can see, the form data is updating. Now we have the title, new post. Let's choose an image. Let's upload it. Okay. Once it's uploaded, we should see it in the form data. Okay, now we have title and also the image. Let's choose the category. Okay, category React.js. Let's write something here. Post content. Okay, as you can see, we have the post content, which is in the p tag. And if you change this one, for example, to italic, you can see that now we have content. We added this em tag as well. So we have all information. Now we can click on this publish and publish it. But before that, we need to create this API route here. So we go to our API. We're going to create a new folder called posts, another folder called create, and then route.js. Another things we need to do is to create, if you look at the eraser, we see that we need to create that post.model.js. So we need to have a model for the post as well. And then we want to create that API, which is the API post create. And yeah, that's it. So before creating the route, we need to create the model first. So it's going to be inside the models and then post.model.js. So inside the models, we're going to create that. We just say model, post.model.js. This is very similar to the user model. I'm going to paste it to just explain it to you. So we just create the schema first. We want to track the user ID. We want to track the content. All of them are required and type is a string. Then we have the title, which must be unique. And then we have the image, and we're going to create a default image. If this user didn't upload any image, we want to use this image. And category, the default is going to be uncategorized. And also the slug is going to be created by the title, which is unique as well. And finally, we want to create the model based on the schema. If the model exists, we want to use the model, this previous model. So now let's create the API route. So the create, let me paste it here. So first we want to import the model that we have created, connect from the mongoose.js. And also we need the user, current user from Clerk, because we want to be sure that really the admin is creating the post, no one else. So let me delete this console log. So first we want to connect to the MongoDB. First we get the user and then connect to the MongoDB. We get the data from the body. Remember, we have sent some information from the body here. We can get it from this request. So, and if there is no user, or the user with the user that is sending here, that MongoDB ID is not the same person, or if the person is not an admin, we're gonna return unauthorized. Otherwise, first we want to create a slug based on the title. So we want to just add a hyphen, add a line between the letters, and then we remove anything except the A to Z or the numbers. Once we have this log, we have all the information we need to create the post: the user ID, content, title, image, category, and the slug. And then we're going to save it in the MongoDB database and return the response of successful with a status of 200. Otherwise, we're going to send an error. Let's see that if everything is fine. Let's test our application. Let's refresh the page. Let's create a new post and create a category. Let's upload an image. And let's write something new post. Let's click on post. Okay, so the post is created, and also we are redirected to this /post/post/ to the slug of the post, which is new dash post. Let's check our MongoDB. We need to go to the posts. Okay, now post is added here. We have the ID, user ID, content, title, image, category, slug, and everything is working fine. So that was it for creating the post. So let's add this one to the GitHub. So this is one was complete, upload, post, functionality. In the next section, we're going to complete the post page. So see you in the next section. All right, in this section, we're going to create this post page. If you look at the final version, you can see that each post page, we just have the title. Here we have a category, image, and the post content. And finally, at the end, we have some call to action. And then we will have this recent article. Okay. So we need to first create an API route to get a request for the post based on the slug of the post. First, we create the page. So if you look at the eraser, you see that for creating the post page, we have post and then a folder called slug with the bracket on it, and then we have page.js, which is going to be the post/slug. I need to fix this one. So this is post/slug. Okay, so let's create this. So inside the app, we're gonna create a folder called post. Then we have a folder called slug with inside the bracket, and then we have page.jsx. Let's create this. This is going to be post page. Okay, you can see the post page. All right, so let's go back here. I'm going to paste the code and explain it here. So we want to create a component called call to action first. So here we're going to create a component called call to action.jsx. And then here I just first want to create a RFC. And here, this is a server-side component. So we want to request the API here like this. So we want to fetch data from the API /post/get, but we want to create this one later. But we need to add this URL because the server side, the server doesn't know our URL. We should tell the URL there, otherwise we're gonna get an error. And then we're gonna send it a slug of the post of the page, which we can get from here, params. And then inside the params, we have that slug. So this post here we have created, we have this slug. We can get that slug which inside the page from these params. And then you don't want to catch any data, so we want to always real time get the information from the server. And we're going to convert that because this API can send multiple posts. We want to just get the first one. And here we just console log in the post. I'm that's fine. We can delete the console. I have just put it before. We don't need that. And if there is an error, we want to send the title failed to load the post. And if there is no post or the title is there is no title, we just say failed to load the post. And we can just return post not found. Okay, so if there is no post of the title is this, we want to return this one, post not found. Otherwise, we want to have the post title at the top. We want to show the category. And when we click on the category, we want to go to this URL, /search category, the post category. We want to show the image here, and then also we want to show the author and also the length of the image, length of the post based on the content. We just divide it by 1000, and then we just say minutes read. And now also we want to show the content like this. Just a post.content. Because it's a HTML, we should show it like this. And finally, we have this call to action here. So now we want to create this API route. Also, we want to need to create this URL. So let's create this URL inside our .env file. So URL, which is going to be the localhost 3000. Also, I want to add this one to the example. All right, now let's create the route. So based on that we had here, /API /post/get. So inside the API, post, so post, and then we have a folder called get, and then we have route.js. Let me grab the code here. So first we import the model, then the connect. So we create a post API route. First we connect to the if we connect to the MongoDB here, and we get the data to get the body of that request here, this body. And then we can get different information. We can get a start index, because if you want to have a pagination, you can limit the result. And also we're going to sort the result based on the descending or ascending. And we're going to search for that post. We can search it based on the user ID. We can search it based on the category, a slug, post ID, and the search term. So we're going to use this one later to create our search page. And finally, we want to sort them, skip from the start index, and also limit them based on this limit. And the other things we want to get is the total number of posts, because later we need to add them inside our dashboard. And also we want to see how many posts we had in the last previous months. So, and then we're going to return all this information, which is all the posts, total posts, and last month's posts. And if there is an error, we want to console log the error. So the only things left is that call to action. Let's put the code here. So this is just the div. On the left side, we have some text like want to learn more about JavaScript. And we have some button to go to some website. That's it. And we have an image. So let's check what we get here. So as you can see, we get the new post, the title. This category, if you click on it, we go to the /search with the category React.js. So later we want to create that page. And also we have the image, we have the date, the post created, the minutes to read it, and the content. And also we have that call to action here. All right, that's it for, let's add this one to the GitHub. This one is going to be complete post page functionality. So let's add everything and then commit and push. In the next section, we're going to create the show the last 3 posts here. So the recent posts, we want to get it and show them at the end of this page. So see in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed our post page until here. We want to just add the recent post at the end. So here we want to create another component for the recent post. So we look at the eraser. We want to create a component called recent post.jsx. So I'm going to create them here. Just say RFC for now. And we just want to add it inside that page at the end here. We just say recent post, and then we want to pass a limit of 3. So let's see. Okay, it says recent post is not defined. We need to import that at the top. Okay. So we can see the recent post here. Okay, what we want to do here, we want to just get some information from the same API route that we have created. So we have created an API route to get the post. Now we want to get the 3 recent posts. So the limit is going to be 3. So we're going to pass it. And then we just want to get that last 3 one. So here inside the recent post, I'm going to paste the code here. So we want to request an API, fetch an API, the same API route that we have created. We want to pass the limit here. We want to get the limit here. And then we want to pass that limit here, which in our case here, we are sending 3. But we can use the same recent post inside other places, like here in the home page. We also get the recent post, but here we are getting 9 posts instead of 3. Okay, so we're gonna create that one soon. So we want to get that information from the post and then show it inside here, but we need to create another component called postcard. So here we're gonna create that postcard.jsx. Let's create that. So as we are getting 3, we have only 1 post, so we just get 1 here. We need to create more to see more posts. So let's create this postcard. So here, so let me paste this one here. So we just get the post information. We show the image at the top, and also we want to show the title and category. And when we click on it, we want to go to that post page, which is /post /post slot. So we can see it like that. So there is an image, title, category, and also when we click on this one, we go to that post page, which is this page. Okay, let's create more posts so we can see more. Post number 2. Let's add some image. This category is going to be, for example, JavaScript, or we can make it Next.js new posts or Next.js. Let's publish that. So now we have 2 posts. Post number 2, this post. You can click on this one or this one to go to this page. All right, so that was it for the adding the recent post. Let's add this one to the GitHub. So this is going to be add recent article section to the post page. And commit and push. So in the next section, we're going to work on the home page. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed our post page here in the recent articles. In this section, we're going to work on the home page. Let me turn on the server again. So in the home page now, we have just the word home. So let's go to home page, which is based on this eraser. You can see that we have this src folder. Inside the src, we have app. The home page is going to be this one, page.js or page.jsx. So both of them can be home page. So let's go back here. We go to src app. Let's close everything else. This is the post here, page.jsx. And if you look at the final version, you can see that in the homepage, we have the same thing. This is the call to action that we had inside the pages. We just have a title here with a button going to the search page. And also we have this recent post, which can be exactly the same as here. We have the recent articles in the post page. So we don't need to do anything else. We just, everything that we have already created, we can use for this homepage. So let me grab this code. So let me paste it here. Let's see. Yeah, let me try again. Okay. So now we have this homepage. I think this one we don't need the postcard. So we import the link, call to action, and recent posts. And as this is a server-side component, we need to request as a synchronous function so we can get the information before the page is loaded. So we're gonna get it the same API that we have created previously, but we want to send the limit of 9 and order of the sending. And we get the posts and show it inside, send it to the recent post with 9 limit. Okay. And then what we want to do here, we have a welcome to blog and then some text here and also some link, for example, the Clerk link. And we have other links. And also we have added this call to action, but with different styles. So it can be in the full size. So let's check what we get. Okay, as you can see in the homepage, we have this welcome to blog, this call to action. So it's both the server side and the client side. Sorry, this is server side, but it works with the both the dark mode and light mode. So we have the recent articles and everything is here. So that was it for the homepage. Let's add this one to the GitHub. So this is going to be complete the home page. So we just commit and push. So in the next section, we're going to work on the search page. So see you in the next section. All right, welcome back. In this section, we're going to work on the search functionality. So this is the, I think, most difficult part of the project. First thing first, we want to work on the header section. So when we search something and press enter, we want to change the URL of the website. So based on that URL, then we want to fetch some data. So let's first go to the header section. So we have our components, header.jsx. First, we need to import some stuff like use effect and use state from React, and also use router and use search params from Next navigation. Then we need to initialize them to be able to use them. For example, router would be router equals to use router. And also we want to have a piece of state called search term, which can be an empty string at the beginning. And also we're going to have search params that is from the URL. We can use search param to get that. So here we're going to have a use effect, which is going to get the URL params from the search params, and then get the search term from the URL. And if it exists, we're gonna set the search term that we have here to this search term form from URL. So then in this text area, we want to have a value of search term and also unchanged event listener, which is going to change this one. And also we want to submit the form as well. So here I'm going to add an unsubmit event listener, which is going to call a function called handle submit. So let's add this function here. You can add it here at the top. So this function, first we want to prevent the default behavior of refreshing the page. And then we want to, first thing first, we want to get the URL params and then set the search term to this search term that is already changed with our form. And then we want to send the user to this URL /search query. So let's test this one. So here, for example, I search hello. When I press enter, you can see now we are in this page /search and with the search term hello. The other thing is when I change this search term in the URL, for example, I change it to nice instead of hello. As you can see now in the this search bar we have nice. So they are working together. This gonna change this one, and the URL is gonna change this one as well. So now it's time to create this page. Now if you look at the eraser, you can see that this page, we need to create a folder called search. Then we're gonna have page.js, which is going to be /search. So let's create this. So we go here, and inside the app, I'm gonna create a folder called search, and then we're gonna create page.jsx. Let's create a React functional component first. This is search page. So let's see. Okay, now we have this search page. All right, so let's work on the page. I just want to grab the code and paste it here, and then I show you and then explain you the one by one. So first of all, this is a client-side page. Because it's a search page, we don't need to make a server side. It's not important for SEO. So, and then what we want to do here, if you look at the now what we have created, we have a sidebar here that shows the same search term, as you can see. So let me refresh the page. So let's refresh the page. We don't have any error now. So we have this search term. We have this sort that we can just do oldest and latest. And we also can change the category here and apply these changes. For example, I can just do oldest, just do next, apply filters. You can see that the search term is nice now. Sort by ascending, which is the oldest, and then category is Next.js. Let's search something else that we already have. For example, I just said post. Search this one. You can see now we have one result here. All right, so I want to show you here that first of all, we want to have a piece of state for the sidebar, which is going to be the search term, sort, and the category. And the initial value was going to be these terms. We don't need this console log. I'm going to delete that. And then we have another piece of state for post. We have for loading, show more, search params, and we're going to have a router for going from one page to another. Similar to the header, we have a use effect, which is going to get the URL. And based on that, it's going to fill up the sidebar. It can be search term, sort, or category. So we get the URL, and based on that, we fill the sidebar. Then we're going to fetch the post. We're going to fetch the post based on this API route that we have created before. And then we want to say just limited to 9. We order it based on the form or by default descending, category, and also search term. If the result is not okay, we're going to return. Otherwise, we want to fill that piece of state called post. And also, if the result is equal to 9, because it means that we have more than 9 results, then we set the show more to true, because we want to have a button for show more. And then we're going to search this, use this one inside a use effect. So we get all the posts. Okay. So these are the 4 the use effect. And also, if we do some changes in our form, we want to change the URL based on this handle change. And then once it's ready, we want to apply, we want to submit it again and search. Also change the URL and also go to that new URL, which is going to search for the new result. And also we want to handle for show more. For show more, it's going to be the similar, because we just need to change the start index from 9 to, for example, from 1 to 9. So now from the starting 9, we're gonna do the search. We do the fetch request, and the start point is different. Is this start index, and then we get the result and fill out this set post. We keep the previous one, but add the new one. And finally, we want to show it here. This is the sidebar that we have. And then we want to show the post result. If there is no post, we want to say no post found. And if there is some post, we want to loop through them. And then based on the postcard, we want to show them in the result. And if there is more than 9, we want to show the show more button. So let's try again with the different category. For example, I change it to React. As you can see, this is for React. If I don't choose any on categorize, we get like this. So next, we get this one. So that was it for the search page. Although it seems very complicated, but the only difference is we want to just change the URL using this. We just get the URL and then we want to change it based on our needs. Okay, so that let's add this one to the GitHub. So this is going to be complete the search page. And we're going to commit and push. In the next section, we're going to complete the remaining pages like the about page, projects, and also I want to add the footer at the end of the website. So it's going to be very simple. In one video, we can complete them. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed the search page. In this section, we're going to complete the remaining pages like about, projects, and also we want to create the footer. So let's start with the footer. Footer is going to be in all pages. So we're going to add it to the layout.jsx. If you look at the eraser, we can see that if you want to add something to all pages, we need to add it inside the layout.js. So we're going to create a component called footer.jsx, and then we want to add that one inside the layout.js. So let's create that. So we're going to go to the components. I'm going to create a new component called footer.jsx. Let's complete it. And then we want to add this one to the layout.js. So here we have the header, and this is going to be after the header, after the children, because header is at the top. So it's going to be on the top of the children. Then we're going to have the footer, which is going to be under the children. So just want to add the footer. Let's import that. So let's see what we get. You should get, yeah, we have the footer at the bottom of the page. And now let's complete this footer. I'm going to just grab the code and then show it to you. All right, so let's paste the code here. So this is going to be a client-side component because we're going to have some interaction. We're going to import some icons from React icons. And then we're going to use the footer component from Flowbyte. This is just an example I got from the Flowbyte website. So if you look at here, you can see it has the logo. And also we have this about, follow up, and some links here, and then some social media accounts. Nothing too difficult, and it's completely good for light mode and dark mode. So there's nothing difficult to explain. So it has the different parts of the footer here. Okay. All right, let's complete the other pages like about and so if you look at the razor, we want to create these two pages, about and projects. We just need to create a folder called about, and then we're gonna create a folder called projects. I'm gonna create these two pages. It's very simple. So I'm gonna, inside the app, we're gonna create a folder called about and a file called page.jsx. So this is going to be about, and then we're gonna have another one for projects. Projects page.jsx. So I'm gonna grab the codes and then put it here. For the projects, it's just the text, and then we want to add that call to action that we have created before. So we put it here. Let's see how to get projects. You can see this is very simple. Let's do the about page. All right. Let's paste the code. Just some text. As you can see, instead of apostrophe, I'll put at this one so we don't get an error inside the application, inside the Versal. So inside the about, so we have this explanation. I'll put it in the middle. All right. So that was it for creating these pages. I'm gonna add this one to the GitHub. So this is going to be, for example, we can just say add the remaining pages like about, projects, and the footer. So we're gonna commit and push. So in the next section, we're going to complete the profile page in the dashboard. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed our remaining pages like about, projects, and we created the footer. In this section, we're going to work on the profile page. The first things I want to do is when I click on this manage account, instead of opening a pop-up window, I want to redirect the user to another page and show that this pop-up window there. So inside that dashboard. So the way we can do that is to go to the header.jsx. Okay, here. So here inside the, remember we have created this user here, user button. So here we can just add something called user profile URL. And this is going to be equal to /dashboard. And then also I want to add it the tab of profile. Okay, so now let's try it. So now if you just go to manage account, this is going to redirect us to this page, dashboard page. As you can see, instead of just showing the pop-up, it redirects us to this page. So now we need to complete this dashboard page, /dashboard, which is, you remember we have created this one before. Yeah, dashboard, page.jsx. So let me just paste the code and explain it to you. So this is a use client application. What we want to do first, we want to get the URL. If you remember, we have created a parameters called tab. So we want to know which tab we are on. Profile. So we can have a tab of profile. We can have a tab of posts, users, and etc. So based on that, we want to show that. And also we want to show the sidebar as well. So we need to create these 4 components: dash sidebar, dash profile, dash post, user, and dashboard itself, which is showing the overview of our website. All right, let's create these components. So the first component, let's see. Let me grab the name and then create them. JSX. What's the other one? Let me close everything so we can focus on the so first one we created. Let's create RFC. Then I was here, dash profile. So next one, dash post, .js6. Okay, dash user. And finally, we have the dash components. Okay, RFC. So let's see what we get here now. So now, as you can see, we have the dash sidebar and dash profile here. If we change the tab to, for example, users, we get the dash users. If we get the posts, we go to dash posts. So this is the way we create this dashboard. So inside the profile, you want to see the profile of the users. But first, let's complete this dash sidebar. So let's go back to our component dash sidebar. So I'm gonna paste the code here. So this is a client-side component. And then first thing first, we want to get, based on the use effect, we want to get the tab, like the previously we did for the header. And then we want to set this tab piece of state, fill it. And if and then also we want to check the user. If the user is not logged in, we want to don't show anything here. Otherwise, we want to show the sidebar. And also, if the person is admin, we want to say admin instead of the user. So let's see what we get here. As you can see, we got this like now we have the sidebar, we have the icon, profile, post, user. And when we click on it, we change this tab. Okay. You see this error. We just say in the HTML A cannot be a descendant of the A. So let's see what, we check the A here. A tag. I think they mean the link tag. So there is a link tag inside another link tag. So let me check. I think here I forgot to add the as div. Let's see what else we have as div. Here is fine. Okay, that's fine. If you're using link, you need to do anything inside as a div. So that we don't have that error anymore. Okay, now inside the profile, we want to see the profile of the user. So we go to the dash profile. Dash profile. Here. So here we just want to put this one, a user profile from Clerk /Next.js. And also we want to use the Clerk theme to change the theme based on the theme. So if you check now, we see the user profile. If we change the theme, we change the theme of this profile as well. It's not completely as our color, but it's better than the light mode. So we simply actually created the profile page by just adding this component. All right, that was it for adding the profile of the user. Let's add this one to the GitHub. So this is going to be complete the profile page in the dashboard. And commit and push. In the next section, we're going to work on the showing the user posts in the dashboard. So we're gonna complete this page, posts. We want to show the posts of the user. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have created the profile page by using the profile component of the Clerk. In this section, we're going to finish this post section. So let's go back to here, the dash post. Let me just paste the code and explain it to you. First thing first, it's in the client side because we need some interaction, and also it's not important for SEO. So what we want to do here, we want to have a piece of state for post user post, and also we want to have a piece of state for show modal. So what I mean by modal is, let's show you here inside the post. Let's refresh the page. Okay, now we see the post. By meaning of the modal is when I click on the delete, I see a pop-up window. Let's call it modal. So we want to use a Flowbyte to create this. Flowbyte has a nice template for this one. So we're gonna create a piece of state called show modal to show it, and also we have a piece of state to know which ID to delete. So we want to have the record the ID of the post. First thing first, we want to have a use effect React hook to fetch the post once the page is loaded, and we want to use the same API route that we have created before. And what we want to send here is the user ID. So based on the user ID, we want to show only the post of that this user is created. So, and if it's successful, we want to set the user post to that information. Then we have a function to delete the post. So first thing first, we wanna, when we click on the show modal, we wanna delete the post. So we wanna remove the show modal. So we set the show modal to false. Then we wanna use the try and catch to delete the user. So we have to create this API route. We haven't created yet. If you look at the eraser for creating the delete, inside the API folder, we have post. Then inside the post, we have delete folder. And this is going to be this route, API /post/ delete. So let's create this one. So API post, and then we're gonna have delete. Then we have route.js. So let me just paste the code here. So as you can see, we just use the post model. We connect to the Mongoose, and we have the current user from Clerk to check if really the person is the owner or the admin to be able to delete a post. And if everything is okay and the person is authorized, we want to find the ID of the post and delete it by using this method. And if there is an error, we want to respond with an error. Okay, so we have created this API route. We want to delete it. And what we want to delete is first we want to say the post ID. So we want to know which post to delete, and also the ID of the user for authentication. We want to check it. So everything is okay. We want to also delete the post from the user post. That hook. We want to delete it as well. And also we want to reset the ID after deletion. All right. Then, but if the person is not as admin, we want to just say you are not an admin. You cannot see this page. So this is for this part. Otherwise, we want to show the post and etc. here. So here we have a table from Flowbyte, which is going to create a table for us. The table has a table head at the top, So let me show you here. So here's the head, like this title is a head here. You can see the head. Then we want to loop through the user post and show it. So here we want to show the date that the post is updated. Then we want to see the image. We have the post title, which is where is it? Here. And also we want to have two buttons, delete and edit. So when we click on delete, we want to have that pop-up window. When we click on the yes, I'm sure, we want to delete the user. So we have an on-click event listener for that. And finally, we have another table cell for edits. So when we click on it, we're going to redirect the user to this page. So when we want to click edit, we go to the edit page that we have to create it later. So when we delete, we just say, I'm sure. We should see that that one is deleted. Let me check that if we're not getting any error. Okay. Oh, okay, it's deleted already. Yeah, that's fine. Let's create a new post. All right. So another post, React.js. Choose an image for that. Let's upload it. Write something here. Content. All right. So let's go to the post. Now we see two. That's fine. It's working fine. Let's create this edit as well. So when we click on it, we go to this URL, dashboard, update post, and then we have this, the ID of the post. So based on this ID, we have to just show the information and then we want to update the post. So we need to create a page like a update post with the ID. So if you look at the eraser, you can see we need to create this dashboard, update post, a folder with the bracket ID, and then page.js. So let's create this. So we go to dashboard. This is going to be update dash post, and then we have the ID, then page.jsx. Let me just paste the code. It's exactly the same actually as a create post. The difference is we need to have a use a factory echo to fetch that post based on the post ID that we get from the URL. How we get it from the URL? With these params. We just say params, post ID is going to be params.id. But when we update the post at the end, and the submit is different because we need to have this API route. Post/API post update. This is different from create. So we need to send the form data again on MongoDB and the post ID. Let's create this API route. So post, this should be this way. API update route.js. Route.js. So the API is going to be like this. We use the post model First, we want to connect to the MongoDB. Just delete this console log. We don't need them. And we're going to first authorize the user. If this is not authorized, we want to respond unauthorized. Otherwise, we want to find the post and update it by this method. We pass the post ID that we get from the body section, and we update the places that is updated with using the set method. Yeah, that's it. So we use this API route to update the user. So let's see that what we get. Okay. Okay, we're getting an error here. Okay, this one I think is different. I'm gonna fix it. That so the post page is here. Create post. Okay, here we need to import this one. Okay, now it's okay. Didn't get an error anymore. Okay, now it's working. Let's refresh the page one more time. We are getting some error. Yeah, I think we can't use this params because this is a client side. I don't know why I used the params here. We need to use some hook here. Let me check. I think it's a use path name. You can import it here. And then here, let's delete this. Let's delete this params. Yeah, path name, post ID. We can get it like this. Because this is the last one. Let's see. Still getting a component is changing and authorized input to be controlled. Value changing from the. Okay. I know how to fix this. Yeah, the way to fix it is instead of value, you should put the default value because we want the initial value to be title. This one too. Let's refresh the page. Okay, now we're getting the another post. Here, this one maybe is just a value is fine. Let's update it. Seems like we are getting an error. Let's check the inspected. Let's try again. Okay, we are getting a 404 error. With it means that the API is not found. So API. Okay, this one is update, not update. Update. Updates. Okay. Let's try again. Okay. Yeah, updated. The title is updated as well. If you check here, now you see that this one is updated. All right, that was it for adding the user's posts in the dashboard. Let's add this one to the GitHub. So this is going to be complete user. or just a show users posts in the dashboard. Okay, so we can commit and push. So in the next section, we're going to work on these users. So see you in the next section. All right, so in the last section, we have completed the post section of the dashboard. In this section, we're going to work on the user section. So what we want to create here, we want to update this dash users component. So let's go there, dash users here. The code is very similar to the post, so let me paste it here. So what we want to do here is to use a use effect React hook to fetch the data from this API route, which we need to create. So API /user/get. So here we can see in this diagram, you need to get this one, API user get route.js. Okay, let's create this. User get route.js. All right, let's grab the code here. So here we use a user model, and then we want to connect to the MongoDB first. First, we want to say if this person is not an admin, we want to say unauthorized. Otherwise, we want to see the user. We want to search for all the users and show them here. But we want to just sort them and skip the index and etc. for show more and other functionality that we want to use later. So, and then we want to get the total users and also the last month's users we need to have inside the dashboard. Okay, so we want to fetch this API route based on the user MongoDB ID. We want to search, and this is for authentication, but totally we get all the users and show it there. And if this person is not authenticated, we want to say you're not an admin. Otherwise, we want to use the same table that we used before, which has the table cells. Let's see what we get here. Okay, go here. Let's refresh the page. Okay, it came. Okay, as you can see, we have these titles like create a user image and etc. And then we want to show the date of creation. Then we have the user image. Then we have the username and then email. And finally, we're going to have, if the person is admin, we want to show this green color with this check icon and also red icon like this. All right, that was it. Let's add it to the GitHub. This one is going to be complete or show the user inside the dashboard. Okay, we can just commit and push. In the next section, we're gonna do the last part of our project, which is the completing this dashboard, showing some dashboard information, some data here. So see in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed the users section of our dashboard. In this section, we're going to show the complete status of the users and posts inside the dashboard. So we want to complete this dashboard component. Let's go to this here, dashboard component. So let me just paste the code here. It's very similar. We are going to use the same API route that we have created for the user and also for the post to get the users and posts. The difference is we want to have show, actually the comment I need to delete. So we have the piece of state for users posts and also for total users and total posts, last month's users and last month's posts. And we use a user factory React hook. We fetch the users from this API route, but we limit it to 5. And then we want to get this information. We get this API route from the posts. We limit it to 5, and also we put these places. Okay. So if you look at it here, you can see the total number of users, which is here. Total number of users, we just put them here. Then we have the users in the last months. We show it here. Then we have total posts here. And the post for the last month, which is here. Then we want to show the recent post and the recent post and recent users here. Which is very similar. We just make a table, but this time we only have 2 header section, 2 cells, which is the image and the username. Yeah, that's it. So we use the same API route that we have created before to create another page. All right, that was it for our project. I hope you enjoyed and learned many things. So this was the last part. Let's add this one to the GitHub. So this is going to be the complete, the dashboard overview. Inside the admin dashboard. So complete the overview or the app overview inside the admin dashboard. Okay, so we can commit and push. So this is going to automatically add this commit to our application and add it to our Vercel application. As you can see, now we have all the websites is ready. So you don't need to do anything because all the deployments is going to be automatically done inside the Vercel. As you can see, this last one is being built. So that was it for our project. I hope you enjoyed and learned many things. Let me know your opinion about the project. So see you in the next one.